Well, good morning. The 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 12th of June, 2025. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. The idea here is to, capture what I'm seeing on my screens, and my voiceover gives indication as to what I was thinking. It's not for financial advice. It's not for trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. And I don't get, this stream is not monetized, and I'm not paid by anybody. So it's, there's no other motivation other than what I'm telling you here. The idea is, I believe journaling is important, and I'm not very good at multitasking. So if I'm going to, screen snap and do something else, type and whatever else, it dilutes my focus from trading, and I need all of that I can get. So that's the purpose of this stream. Also, by pushing it to YouTube, it's completely transparent and guarantees transparency and accountability, and I can monitor it on or review it on other devices. If it's just recorded here, then I've got to be standing here at my office to review it. So that's the idea there. Okay. Well, we had some numbers out this morning, PPI, and we have some Twitter risk, or Trump risk, I guess you could call it. Later in the day, signings and speaking and this and that and something else, and his $45 million military parade is this weekend. And I'm sure he'll be, there's a bill signing and an executive, I don't know what it is. Let me just look here. There's a lot of stuff. Potential tweets. Well, right here, there's some stuff from what the traders are expecting, but here is what I was talking about. Bill signing at 10, executive orders at 14:30. PPI came in hot. Jobless claims are up. Yeah. Okay. There you go. That's the news. Pre-market. Well, what have we got going on here? Here's yesterday's RTH session. Here's our close. Here's our open. We are essentially 100% short in this overnight. Now, we have had this little pop up right here on the on the news at 7:30. That was this one here. Otherwise, we'd be really short. So we're pretty much back to normal. If we stay right up here, it's probably going to be I don't know. I was going to say it's, typically I would be expecting responsive buying to take profit from this short inventory. How much of that have they recovered? I'm not sure. It might just be an open auction waiting for further news. There's no, Trump tweeted something about the China story, but subject to approval, quote unquote. Well, that isn't exactly an agreement. So that's why I think the market continues to be in a hold here. And there's a lot of doom and gloom from all kind of people around the bond market. The fact that the bonds are going up and that they are not considered a safe haven globally anymore. And the dollar index is dropping, which is alarming to a lot of people that know more about the markets than I do. So I'm trying to get up to speed as much as I can about that. So let's see where we go now. This is the ES, the minis, the NQ. This is the micro composite ES chart, and this is the ES market profile. The micro composite is simply a RTH session chart with daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I continue to pull this volume profile across, which gives us a micro composite volume profile, or volume point of control, and also high and low volume nodes. These red and green lines are the high and low nodes of this volume profile, and they push directly to Bookmap, as do these session prices. And here is Bookmap. This is what I execute with. This is the micro composite column where I enter these levels manually. Did I catch the previous RTH high? Let's see there. No. We had a big pop yesterday, so I'm going to take this up here now. And that is... that will be now for the 11th. And once the level is taken out, like or exceeded, like one of these, I change the text to black. These are the high and low volume nodes, the full session volume profile, the RTH session volume profile, which fingers crossed will reset this morning at 8:30. I don't know why it's suddenly lagging up to a minute, but it is. Chart volume profile just plots what you see on the chart. And this is something that I haven't fixed yet, but what we're going to do is clear these notes. This is my notes column where I put quite a bit of attention, actually. And the first thing I do is change the title of the column to the expected open type for the day. And it's going to be higher, lower in range, actually. And how do I know that? Well, first of all, there's only 4 open types: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Obviously, the 2 ins are gaps, and the rest is normal. And the way you do that is you look at where we are going to open as it compares to the close of yesterday or the previous RTH session and the previous RTH session range. So if we open right here, right now, we are lower than the close and we are within range. It's that simple. That's all there is to it. Now, after that's determined, that locks in which statistics will be applied to these session prices. And that works. I'll show you in a minute. Also, I wanted to, I always do this, and I forgot to last night. Wow, look at that. All those worked together last night right at the close. Isn't that funny? I always mark the previous RTH closing VPOC because by definition, that is the most recent auction naked volume point of control. Now, that's not always the close. It's this POC here, and it could be a little bit, I could have it a little skewed here with, let's make sure we're right. Yeah. This is pretty crazy because this is IRT. It says it's up here. Bookmap says it's down here. I'm going to go with IRT, and I'll be right back. Okay, where was I now? Well, what I was going to say was I'm going to go with IRT up here because of the wonderful things it does. I had Bookmap open quite late last night doing some replay stuff, and sometimes it doesn't pick up the data properly. IRT is real simple to do. You go like this, boom, and it will download all the current data and historical data instantly. So you can watch that and see. Anyway, those are the the session prices, which are pushed from IRT from over here. Historical data is in progress, or download is in progress. There we go. And then it's going to go through and update everybody around here. And in a second, I'll switch back to Bookmap. In the meantime, we can see that that's pulling back a little bit now below the open. So our inventory is still pretty much 100% short overnight. And now the download queue is empty. It will do the math and apply everything right there. And there you go. So that's something that I can rely on. And I don't get that same facility out of Bookmap. Bookmap is, jury's out on that for me, to be honest with you. Anyways, these price levels and session prices are not mysterious. They are just driven directly by data from IRT and pushed across to the cloud notes here. The POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. The IB high or IB low are simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. I have a VWAP for RTH and a VWAP for full session, and I have an RTH mid. That's it. There's no indicators on my charts or my Bookmap, and there we go. And where am I in the scheme of things? Okay, so let's go back to that world famous statistics thing I was talking about. And that is here. This is the statistics study from IRT. Now, it automatically highlights the correct open type and will do so this morning at 8:30. This was yesterday. We're going to be lower in range today, in my opinion, if we open where we are now. Real simple how this works. It looks back at 2,000, essentially 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower in range 588 of them. Of those 588 days, the overnight volume point of control was hit 493 times, or was revisited 493 times for 83.8%. Jump over here, the overnight volume point of control, 83.3. Oop, there you are. And then we'll just run down the list and do the rest of them, and that's all there is to it. The overnight mid is 82.5. Previous close is 73. Now, previous close is up above us, right? Right there. Remember, these are statistics based on a look back of 2,000 days. Probably the most important statement that is ever uttered in trading, and the one most disregarded by traders, is the following: past performance is not indicative of future results. And that is a statistical fact. The outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. whether you want to believe it or not. The market can only go up. The market can only go down. It's a 50-50 chance which way it's going to go. And the statistical probability of the outcome of your next trade is 50-50, having nothing to do with historical results. And in fact, that is the basis which casinos rely on. It's called the gambler's fallacy. Oh, Christ, we've had 35 reds in a row on roulette. The probability of the next one's got to be black. Abso-freaking-lutely not. The probability of the next one is 50-50, red or black. Statistics, look it up. So that's something that's really important, and that's the business we are in, is statistics. Now, the IB high is 70.2, so this is low, I think. Yeah, so we got to go way in the hell up here and go 70.2 and IB high. Now, why did I put these initials here? I have to, because the minute we open this upcoming RTH session, this is going to move down to the high of that session, of this current upcoming RTH session. Then we have the previous mid at 69.6. And that is somewhere here. Let's see where that is. That's probably, ooh, damn it. Didn't want to do that. Hate this thing sometimes. The previous mid is right here. Okay. And that's not correct either. This is all, looks to me like IRT's all kittywampus here. Here's the RTM mid, and I'm going to go with this, and that is 69.6 P mid. I know what that means. P mid. There we go. On what's next? The overnight low, the previous value area low is 68.5. Well, there's a value area low. So here we go with 68.5. And then we have the overnight low at 67.2. Now, here's where things start getting pretty weird, right? Here's the overnight low. What else we got? Previous low is 51.9. That's right there. The numbers that sort of jump out for me are the levels that I think seem to have some importance. Overnight high is 51.5. Overnight high and low. Well, first of all, typically it is the overnight volume point of control. Then it is the overnight mid. What did I say that was? Overnight high is 51.5. Then it is the overnight high and low. Then it's the previous high and low. That's kind of how these statistics usually stack up to me. Now, that's not the case if you just look at the numbers here, right? But that's kind of how I relate to them. Okay, that's got to be enough. The IB low is 60.5. I don't know if I got that in there, but that's right here, I think. Yeah, I'll put that up here as 60.5 IB low. Okay, and we'll go down a couple of notches here. There you go. All right, I'm going to call that square. And hopefully everything's okay. Next order of business is something. Next order of business is this green snap for these guys. So the next order of business is the screen snap for the TLab. And what is the TLab? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room. That was started by a guy named Tom B. And out of respect to him and what I got out of the thing, I continue to do this every day. It's been going a couple of years now, I guess. It is first thing you need to know about the TLab is it's completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap. And that's kind of amazing. And you're never solicited for anything. Okay, and I don't make that statement for anybody else or any of the other chat rooms on Bookmap or anywhere else on the internet, actually, that's public. And Tom is a professional trader that's been doing it for 46 years. He's, strikes me as he's not, show off or boisterous or one of these typical internet influencer douchebags. I think he's very successful just basically first, he's been supporting himself for 46 years in Chicago. He obviously has, a substantial, comfortable living. He's able to go to Costa Rica for a few months in the wintertime when it's cold in Chicago and, stuff like that. And I only know that because he says, I'll be streaming from Costa Rica now for a couple of months and the internet may be dicey, but he doesn't brag about it. And I've yet to see a, gold Rolex or a wrapped Ferrari. So I'm pretty sure I'm not going to. So I would recommend that. There's a link to the Bookmap Discord in the description here. You have to join that, of course, and then navigate to the Traders Lab. Tom B. Doesn't call trades or trade live, unfortunately. But he does do a stream from 10:30 to 12. Morning, Antonio. So, yeah, it's the only site that I actually recommend other than the public one. That's the end of that, I guess. And there's a good crew of people in there. There's, Ned and Rod and Antonio here and Lefty and Garrett and a bunch of people whose names evade me. It didn't matter or stuff like that. And it's more of a mature area rather than romper room. So that's also, I think, important. Good feedback. Furs is in there and some other guys who are apparently successful and consistently profitable traders, which is what you want to achieve, I think. That's what I think that's what every trader is striving for, is consistent profitability for if you're approaching this as a business. And there we go with that. Now, there's the TLab, there's the pre-market, there's the reports. I did the TLab snap. It's 26 after Central Standard Time. We don't have any tape bombs on the horizon in the next little while. We've had some news out at 7:30. I'm not sure what this deal over here was about. I would say that, as I said earlier, some of these levels on Bookmap don't look very accurate to me because I was doing some stuff with Bookmap replay till around 10 last night, I guess. And sometimes it doesn't have the facility to update the data or at least I haven't figured out how to do it exactly as easily as on IRT. So there you go. And here we're getting ready to go here now. By the way, Antonio, the red lines there on that numbers chart are naked volume points of control. Somebody was asking about that yesterday. So I put them on there last night. I can turn them off and on with this button, but I can turn them off and on with this button here. Boop, boop. But somebody was asking if what they were, so I thought maybe somebody cared. There we go. I think. Seems like I forgot something, but that seems to be the case every day. More of that same weather, dark and rainy and thunder and lightning and whatever else. Okay, so we're looking to open lower in range, well, almost lower outer range if they're not careful. Here is previous low, right? And here we are. They don't have far to go. 7 handles and we're out of range. We'd be lower out of range. Right now we're looking to open lower in range. And I'm hoping this damn thing resets. Nobody can tell me why it's not. I don't know what to think, actually. I don't know why it's not doing that. Why it's not resetting properly. Always has. And rollovers tomorrow, so everybody better be ready for that. I'll do it over the weekend. In the equities, I should preface that gold and crude roll at different times. I think gold rolls crude rolls every month. I don't know. Something like that. There we go. So I think I've done as much. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. I think I've done as much damage as possible here in this short period of time. And we're going to open here in a couple of seconds. I'm thinking just to reset this damn thing. It should reset, but if it doesn't, I'm gonna hit reset now. There's probably a hotkey for it that I don't know what it is. I'm kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy, right? So I don't spend a lot of time poking around looking at stuff. When I get something set up and running the way I think it ought to do, then that's what I leave alone. That didn't work either. Look at that. I clicked reset and it didn't do it. Oh, man. Now it's really screwed. I really broke it now. Oh, great. Magic. Just magic. Thank you so much. Well, there they both reset. This damn thing is, I don't know what to do about it. This was the most powerful thing I could, well, short of a Threadripper, that I could do when I built it. I build my own trade machines. And I guess I screwed up. Previously, I have used Ryzen's, and I switched to an Intel i9 for this one, for this build, and I think I made a big mistake. There's 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. There is no freaking reason on the planet why this thing has got to choke about that, unless this is a bookmap problem. But I'm really tired of it. That's for goddamn sure. This aggregate stuff and all that. So we're open. We haven't traded anywhere yet. We're basically open, right? Just a scooch below the close here. Scooch is a technical term, by the way, in Montana, where I grew up. Yeah. I was going through some stuff last night, some chats with Rob and Rod and Harry and company. Rod says he keeps his bookmap on the full RTH session until he sees a level coming up he wants to react to, and then he scrolls in. So in other words, he would keep this entire trading day, never mind these levels here, these time frames here, or my candlesticks that I've been using. That's kind of interesting. Yeah. Made a couple of trades on the something. Oh, boy, my eyes. I guess something wrong here. Well. What are we going to do? We've got several ever-present Trump potential disasters coming up. Trump dumps, or whatever you want to call them. I got to think of a name that's less derogatory for that stuff. Clearly, they are clearly the prime movers of the market, disruptors of the auction, let's put it that way, throughout the day. And today we even have some scheduled ones, which I think I talked about in the pre-market. If I didn't, I'm sorry. So, yeah, he's got a signing at 10 o'clock. He's, some bill signing. I suppose it's this frickin', if they pass that damn budget thing, I'm going to be totally amazed. And then we've got another executive order session at 14:30. And, the reason I point these out is, okay, whatever, sign whatever it is. But typically there's the conversation, the speech, or the pre-meeting tweets that really bounce things. Something that happened yesterday that came out with very little fanfare, which I think is really alarming. They're closing the embassies in Iraq and other places in the Middle East. The U.S. is evacuating the embassies because of tension or potential issues in the region. That means they're looking for war. And it wasn't read. Nobody made a big deal about it. That's probably the most disturbing news to me there is. Look at this. The China deal is great. Yeah, well, of course you're going to say that. And it's not a deal. It's not approved by anybody other than, I don't know who, according to the last tweet. So, talk is cheap, and this kind of crap is what drives the guy, but it's really disrupting to the market and makes it pretty tenuous to be trading here, I think. Okay, I got to get IRT switched out now to full session. To RTH session. So that the previous numbers are in alignment. And all the little fellows that use those levels. There's quite a few people that use those levels, I think, that I push now. Have done for a long time. Come on. I don't mind doing that, but in reality, it should be Tom or his designated person that pushes that stuff out. So that it's all in sync, so that it's all the same data and unquestionable. I started doing it just simply because nobody else was there. And it's been a couple years now, I guess, but a lot of people use them, apparently. I don't really know until something doesn't work right, and then I find out by all the, hey, what's wrong with my levels? Oh, man, I got to go put some stuff in them or something. I don't know. Sometimes the air quality here, even with all of this rain, it's 73 degrees. Wow. 23 C. That's pretty well perfect. It's about what it used to average consistently in KL. It was great. Of all the places I've lived, that's about the most idyllic. And pretty sorry I'm not still there. Well, what are we doing here? We are auctioning lower. So we're taking some of that profit. And no, we're not taking any profit. I was thinking we'd have some responsive buying, but no. Well, now here is previous close. Got up a little bit, and down we are. RTH, I'm making sure I got all this stuff right. There was a whole lot of back and forth in the Traders Lab this morning about a gap between the 5th and the 6th, and I'm sorry I said anything. Because I don't care. I mean, if somebody wants to think there's a gap, that's up to them. Okay, we got no delays. We got everything seems to be happening here now. This is about as tight as you want to get. What have we got? 28, 12 handles. Looks like it's waiting for news, doesn't it? You know something that drives me crazy about this thing? I wish I could make this line thinner, and I can't find any. I can find this color settings for it, but I find no way to change that. It looks like a big smeary crayon right back and forth around there. I got rid of bid and ask. This is the closing, the last price. I got rid of the bid ask because that was real messy looking. So if I'm listening to what Rod is saying, then but Rod really has his stuff stripped down. He doesn't have, if you look at his plots or whatever that he posts, his chart is real minimalistic. And he's making money hand over fist, so when in Rome, right? That reminds me, I don't think I even set up the stream from yesterday with the timestamps and all of that stuff. No, I did not. The football, that wasn't very nice. Well, I'll put it, I guess I can do it while we're watching this, maybe. Okay, now how can I do this without disrupting what we're looking at here? I can go like that real quick, I guess. Okie dokie. Okay. Okay. All right, now what's going on here? Who's on third? I don't know. Let's go. I always forget half of this stuff. Yeah. What are we doing? IB high, okay. Trump talking it or doing something at 10, so something early would be a good idea, I guess. Okay. So we're 15 minutes in. We've traded down. Hi, Panda. Hello, bro. How are you? Are you a little hoarse this morning from singing all night? How's the baby girl? How's the baby girl? Yeah. Dad's eyes hurt, Panda. Would you go get my eye drops, please? You didn't have much help, Panda. You just want food, that's all. Okay. I have something else here, I think. Here's some charts that might be interesting. This is a Renko. These are all EMS. This is delta convergence, divergence, harmonic rotations, VPOCs for the first, where the VPOC sat at the first 60 minutes. In other words, where the VPOC was at the end of the initial balance, and I'm not sure that this chart tells me anything worth a damn, to be honest with you. And this is relative volume so far in the day, where we are as, average, where we are today, percentage of volume. This is the S&Ps or the SPOOs. And this is a daily chart with open interest. There was another one I was going to try to show you here, but I don't see where. I have a chart that's got an overview of all of the points of naked volume, points of control, much more so than that. It's the same basically as that chart that I posted, but it's a smaller chart with less crap on it. And it's just got the naked volume points of control, but all of them. So if that was of interest to you, I'll try to figure out how to get it open. Oh, you're interested anyway. You're interested in the micros, right? Let's look at that. So there's the naked volume points of control, and the micros going back quite a ways. Notice where all-time highs are because there's nothing up there. And now maybe this chart's not looking back far enough. That's also something to consider. But anyway, there you go. If that helps, take a snap or whatever. Well, what are we doing now? We pushed that high up a little bit. Settlement close and value area low are all just lurking right up here, and the overnight high. So I would suppose we're going to get up there and poke that. That would get us back into value. And I'm going to try to experiment with Rod's idea of keeping the entire RTH session on the book map chart. I think he's got different monitors. I'm pretty sure of that. This is a 32-inch 4K. Oh. Yeah, right. You told me that before. I'm sorry. If there's anything else on IRT or one of those you're interested in looking at that I might have or could have pretty quick, let me know. Whoop. I guess this thing's working. Let me check. Audio is audioing and whatever else. Okay. It's kind of weird. It seems every now and then, like right now, I put my headset back on and to just make sure the audio is working, and I'm only getting it out of one channel, which is, it's definitely going in stereo. I don't know. I just think back, it could be the headset. It could be this other funky computer. It's working now. All right. So that sounds like everything's okay. I can't stand to hear myself talk. And there's a little delay, so it's really weird. Okay, now. So we approach the 9 o'clock hour here. I keep just flipping it around. An open auction. I think I said that earlier, or anticipated that in the pre-market. And that seems to be pretty much what we're doing. Little down, little up. More extension to the upside, or at least as far as the initial balance is concerned. I just kind of judge that by watching these green lines are my initial balance. It's, looks like more of an extreme push to the upside than we got down here. It's a quick check, quick visual reference for me. What do we got here? Back in the thick of it, Harry. What's going on here? Rod did it again. Or no, this is Lefty. Rod did something around here. I don't know. I thought. No. That's the MOCs from yesterday. It still blows my mind. 1,063,000,000 contracts for sale at the close. Jesus Christ. You know, at $12.50 a tick. Holy shit. That kind of money I can't even relate to. Here's Rod. You see his, this is his book map. I see he's added the price lines he didn't used to have on there. Real clean. Just got it real stripped down. I'm assuming it's the minis because I don't see any. I see mini when I look at his trade report, but pretty clean, huh? Okay. Well, Elon Musk is bending a knee to Trump, huh? There you go. I give it up for Trump. He definitely knows how to be a gangster, you know, threaten people when all it took was, well, we're going to review your government contracts, and Elon Musk is calling him and apologizing for the tweets and publicly apologizing and everything else. I give it up for that. He knows how to be a thug, I guess. Or what do you call it? Whatever you call that. And of course, completely overshadows the fact that knowing full well he had a drug crazed maniac rampaging around the government, back in firing people and looking at private citizen data, and you know, if I did that, holy shit. Access the Social Security data, you know, I'd be in jail till the goddamn hell froze over. But that's the way it works. Okay. Oh. Boy, oh boy, here we go. Well, we're pushing up towards value from yesterday. Whether that means much or not, I don't know. But that's where we're going. On the, interesting. Big divergence on the NQ and the ES right now. That's pretty strange. I mean, when that happens, that gets my... Look at this divergence. That's that is typically a heads up. Is that the same on the micros? Yeah, absolutely. Now, what's that bump for? Why are we zooming up there to settlement and towards the overnight high? Grabbed a couple of 3 levels here at the same time. Is that going to be a V, whatever the hell it's called, and I should short that. 129 contracts at 30. We tag settlement 60.27. Well, there's the scale, and now we're sell down. Tell you these V moves are pretty seem pretty tradable. Well, who the hell knows why that happened? But they're holding up here at the close in settlement. I would have no particular reason to understand why this market is doing this. I can safely say I wish I was long. Wish I'd have gotten long off the get-go. I'm trying to figure out what to do here. I don't even know how the hell Rod has this thing set up. Not that that is a huge deal, I guess, but well, we haven't tagged out the overnight high yet. We have gotten everybody else along the road there. We will pretty quick, I guess. The way it's going. Are they trying to trade this thing up ahead of Trump, or what the hell are they doing, I wonder? Yeah, there we go. Interesting there. Just TopStep TV Eddie was just going on about things that really improve your trading. And the first The first bullet point was eliminate distractions in your trading. I think that's got TopStep TV and all that squawk and talk and flash and crap has got to be one of the biggest distractions I see. I mean, I agree with him, but that's pretty funny. Let me see. I guess that's kind of like military intelligence, maybe. I don't know. Well. I guess the VPOC migrations higher were the trade to take. Huh? I don't listen to it. I do have it on one of my upper monitors just to see what somebody's doing. Or if something's going on that I'm not, but I don't have any audio or anything going. And I don't keep it up there all the time either, but I just happened to notice that. I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, so that VPOC migration here, I'm sure you took that, and now you're up about 1 million points, and you're going to buy an island off Ibiza or somewhere. We got a potential Trump bomb at the top of the hour. He's doing something, bill signing ceremony. Well, he'll be obviously bill signing doesn't mean much to the market, but what is said is going to be pretty important. I think it's so amazing that Musk caved in so dramatically. But then again, he's got billions of dollars riding on him. So I guess it's not so surprising. I guess it's not so surprising. Well, look at that. Is this that responsive buying I was looking for? To take profits after that overnight? Maybe. Have I got all the rest of this crap working right? Let me just see here. I guess so. I wonder if you can change these horizontal lines. There's got to be a way to do all of this somehow. Like I said, I don't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't spend a lot of time looking around here. I don't even know how to turn these damn things off or on. There must be a way. I'm having a sneezing, eye itching marathon over here. Up in here. Well, we are back at the low volume node, Globex high, damn near at previous RTH VWAP. Whether any of that matters at all, who knows? And this volume or IB low was at the very, very, very lowest volume node of yesterday's RTH, and there's where we are, which was coincidentally also the just passed over the ETH high. I suppose all of that has some significance to somebody. It does me, but I'm not sure what to do about it. How does all of that, how does knowing that help my trading? I don't guess it does. I'm getting to the point where I'm just going to start going back to real basics and trading out, outside in and mean reversion trades, like down here. This first VPOC migration up, just put it on and to hell with it and see where we go. Let's see what these guys are I don't know. Rod's been busy typing quite a bit in all right, thanks. He's been typing a lot in TLab, as you see, I'm sure. Well, there's a VPOC migration. There you go, Antonio. Send the kids to school here now. Send the kids to college. Pretty previous VPOC is 60.45 half. Oh, you know what I didn't do yet? I knew I forgot something in the pre-market there. I didn't do the I got all busy and didn't set up the trading. In order to trade on Bookmap, you got to activate the trade control panel. Decide how you're going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse, whether it's chart, then only the data column here. DOM, only the DOM columns, or both. Guess what? In my case, then I use multi-brackets. In this case, it's a risk neutral 2-lot package. They need to be in even numbers of contracts. The entire package has a stop at whatever ticks you determine to be advantageous for your strategy. Then the first risk neutral scale is at the same number of ticks as is the stop and for half of the package. Once this is achieved, the worst that can happen is a scratch. You're risk neutral. And then you have a runner. And do the same thing for a 4-lot or whatever you want to do. They just need to go up in even numbers so that you can, achieve the risk neutral idea. Then I also do the multi-account thing. And now we're going. That would have pissed me off. And one thing else I always do is make sure that it's the right package I select, and then I click the button again. Stays green, padlock stays open because we've selected the mouse, but I get my real estate back and I don't trade the P&L. Now, in the middle of all that, I did miss the VPOC migration from 33 now up to 38, so there's 5 points in the direction of trade towards our previous NVPOC, and I missed it. And our IB statistics going to set here at 9:30, obviously, because the IB is nothing more than the high or low of the first 1 hour of trade. That's it. God, that's disappointing. Well, I guess if I want to be disappointed, I'll be disappointed down here. But, right here would be 5 handles and going up. So the IB is this old, well-known statistic that there's a greater than 97.7 or something percent probability that the high or low of the first 1 hour will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. That's the statistic, and that will be in play in about a minute. Oh, man, what a dork. I think I'm my own worst enemy sometimes. Well, I don't think so. Boy, I wish I could get that line to be just a fine line instead of this big gobby thing. I don't know how to do that. I'll keep poking around, I guess. Let's see, what do we got here? We got IRT is happening. Bookmap is happening. And according to my wife, breakfast is happening. So there we go. The IB stat is in play. My guess would be the IB high, given the day's context. Certainly don't know that. And more than once, it's done exactly this and taken out the IB low. So, don't hold your breath. I am disappointed here that I saw this, wasn't ready to trade it. 33 to 40, so there's 7 points. Risk neutral scale, got your helmet on, and away you go. Technically, this does not satisfy the IB stat, in my opinion. we've got to get through it and preferably take something out. But this just, as far as I'm concerned, tagged it. Now, is that nobody really cares what I think? And if you want to look at this little guy right over here, it says that we did take it out. You know, splitting hairs. Right back. Well, yeah, there's 10 handles off that BPOC migration. And we tagged right up to the previous VPOC. So I'm sort of tired of understanding these things or having an idea that these things might, I should say, anticipating these things may happen and not acting on them for whatever stupid reason. But okay. Okay, then. I'll go back to figuring out how to turn these things off. What the hell are these time slices for? Oh, you don't use Bookmap. Well, we rapidly approach the TB era. Nicely done, though. This iceberg up here at 304, 10 for 2. What the hell does that mean exactly?
Order submitted.
Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that.
Order submitted.
That's
Order
what happens
submitted.
when you... that's what happens when I don't pay attention to the freaking mouse. Well, I'm in a trade whether I wanted to be or not. That was stupidity. Now, what will I do here? That's exactly what I didn't want to do. I was just looking for this iceberg, information on this iceberg. Well, there you go. Let's talk about piss poor trade location. It's really not good. That's exactly why I didn't trade with. I didn't trade with a mouse for the longest time. And now I'm going to get this open so I can flatten this mother the minute I get up here to break even or something, or else bring my stop up to break even, and then if we get above it and I get some money, great. Heading up for the top of the hour. That's pretty scary. Well, this one will be booked as an execution error. I guess it'll be a bar trade with an execution error. That is pretty darn disappointing. A lot of liquidity living right above there. Oh, we get a VPOC migration. So they'll come back down and sweep some stuff, I suppose. I'm about tempted to pull the stop below IB, which is something I don't ever do, but then I don't usually enter on an error. That would mean I need to go up
Order submitted
with my target to keep the same risk neutral setup going. At this big high volume node up here, and the Jesus, everything developing value area high, previous NVPOC high of the day. Pick one. Pick one. Jesus. Ridiculous. Well, you'd think as long as I've been doing this, I wouldn't do stupid shit like that. This is what happens when you're not switched on. This price action doesn't look very friendly to me, to this trade. And that was about a ridiculous maneuver, if ever there was one. To get around this high volume node here and the POC, then we might get somewhere. But then again, we might not. And look how quickly it is to get a few $100 one way or the other, you know? And that's all you need. It's a couple hundred, $250, $300 a day over a couple of contracts. And wow. Things are just happening. I would have never taken that trade on purpose. 9:55 and the Trump bomb ever present in 5 minutes. And that's what I'm sure. Well, I'm not sure. I was going to say that's what I'm sure they're waiting for, but I'm not really sure about that. Anyway, I'm letting this play out because, A, that's what I need to do. And, you know, I bet you next time I thought I had gotten over this mouse story after trading with it for such a long time now. That I was back on the right side of remembering what to do. I guess not. Well, and there's the full session VPOC coming up. Whatever that means. Both of them are up here at the top, and the just below the previous RTH previous naked volume point of control is what I'm trying to say. Not very good looking trade location here and or price action. Trying to think what I would do normally. I would have tried to trade the IB high and have my stop below this swing I don't think moving it down there for another 4 points is a good idea. Isn't it amazing they can't just tick a couple of ticks up? That's pretty crazy. What the hell is going on, I wonder? That thing went up, and now it's just absolutely shut off. Well, there's a bar, there's a breakout and retest. Now will they go punch above it and retest up that way? Or not? $10 o'clock zooming right up here. And I'm going to stop here, looks like. Yep, there we go. Well, that's pretty darn... How did I get four? Oh, yes, I moved the stop away by another $100. Well, that's pretty disappointing. And now I'm behind the 8 ball. I'm so sick of being in trade locations like this. and watch this now. Watch them turn around and go zooming right up through the top. And had I moved my stop down here somewhere, well, let's see. We'll just see how it plays out. That's pretty disappointing, though, isn't it? Look at there. Wow. Yeah, man, I tell you. Now, it hasn't done anything dramatic, but it's highly likely that it will. And I guess I'll chalk that up to the fact that I moved the stop, and if I was going to do that because of that execution error, I should have put it under a swing where it belongs, and then we wouldn't be having this conversation at this point. Or I've entered right back at the stop. You know, the stop is your stop is the best entry. Now it's Trump talking, or whatever. So I'm not going to be involved. But boy, that's disappointing. And there we go. Kind of a bitch. There we go, right up to my target. Didn't quite get there, but, my T1 profit, but close. And stopped essentially to the tick. My, that is frustrating. There's the take profit target, or the T1. It would be now scaled and risk neutral. And moving up towards the top, higher ground. Boy, that sucks. Yeah, the big one. And not in a good way. Stupid, first of all, execution error. And then to be taken out to the tick. Even discussing, well, since I've moved it down, shall I bring it below these swings? And there's my target, and there's my second. So if I reach this one and this one, that's $720 in the bank rather than $400 drawdown. But if you're going to be stupid, you got to be tough, right? That is really disappointing. Yep. Well, I'm definitely not going to be getting long up here now when his orangeness is talking or doing whatever is going on. But that is just really disappointing. Really disappointing. Let's see where I actually got out of that thing. Where'd that go? Where's this thing go? ES, right? Okay. $39.75. I guess. What the hell is exit price? Why do they just have exit price on here? It seems to be pretty confusing, and this doesn't look right either. Max price was 60.44 half? No, it wasn't. This thing never got up to 44 half in the entire time I was in that trade. Unless that's what this was. I don't know. I'm starting to think of the goddamn candlestick chart and get rid of all this hocus pocus. Well, that is pretty darn disappointing, isn't it? And now I could have easily brought my stop up to here, and then I'd have been at least $300 up. Or, helmet and risk neutral, but no such luck. All right. So for the record here on the stream, the correct response to that was an immediate cancel. And I was even given a get out of jail free card right here. I could have done that simply. I don't know how to cancel with a mouse, frankly. I don't know that there's a way, or flatten. But I do have a hotkey, which I could have done because they are activated and the application had focus. Which, so that was my first maneuver that I should have done immediately. The second I saw the entry that I didn't intend, flatten out. Or definitely flatten out right here. So it's my fault that I took this loss, but that doesn't make it taste any better that I was taken out to the tick and on past T1. So, I'm going to give some long thought to this, but I'm going to put a time limit on this. And if this doesn't change around, I'm going to hang it up. Just, stop paying for all this charting crap and spending all my time standing here. I make more money probably driving for, as an Uber driver, I suppose, than this. And it's been going too long now. This not being able to get going streak has not been, and I don't have the luxury of my career, which I've had up until recently. So now this is important. So I'm going to come up with a time limit over this weekend, and then that'll be that, or not. I don't like to quit or throw in the towel or something, but I do have to be realistic. Donut panda. How am I going to buy kitty cats if I'm losing money? Yeah. No, panda, we can't go that way. Well, and what's going on in well, that's the bill we want to have right there. So what else happened? Oh, Bissett is testifying at 9. Missed that one. I hadn't seen that at all. Was that in there before? Oh, that wasn't in here before. Here's I made this snap at this morning. It wasn't scheduled. Oh. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board. I'm trying to remember and get my mind back in a place where into February, just before my world collapsed, I was about $300 from the combine, or $250. And it was a steady march up, boom, 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 no problem. I was trading 2 and 4 lots without any, right through the middle of that high volatility. I don't know what the hell I was doing right or wrong, but I got to figure that out. This is just stupid. And this, this is a unforced error, which is ultimately stupid. And why I left it sit. However, my initial response, as I said a minute ago, was an immediate cancel. I was kind of deer in the headlights because the first thing I did was look over here and I had the damn trade control panel closed where the cancel button would be. And I guess I forgot about cancel all open orders, cancel or close all positions. I forgot that son of a bitch right there. So this is a double whammy learning stupid from on my part. If you're going to be stupid, you got to be tough. And I'm sort of sick of being tough. And I'm seeing these guys trading on a TopStep TV, 5-minute or 1 minute or whatever it is, chart up $1,500, $2,000 or whatever it is every day. It's getting kind of frustrating. They're not looking at anything else. Not that that's, and there are plenty of people making money this way. I suppose Tom does. People in the Traders Lab, Rod, those guys. But, I don't know what's going on, but it's got to stop. IBC. Rod took the IBC, which was just where my stop was. And up they went. This is all from and Lyco scene. Oh, he took the first VPOC migration and took it all the way to the top. Oh, sorry. There you go. Took the first VPOC migration. Right there. Scaled. Profit 2. And then his runner all the way to the top. So that's a something there. 22 points. Oh, nice. Lovely, huh? And here's Lefty. What did he do? Same thing. Same thing, I think. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, everybody's. And this lefty guy is, he works construction, I think, up in Dallas, and he's trading on his phone through TradeStation at his house somehow. I was talking about that earlier today. Okay. Back to the IB high. Context is clearly up. Retest of the IB. Are they going to go back up again? I don't know. At this point, I don't know much of anything, apparently. So after my stupidity is ruled out, what a lovely IB continuation, right? IB stat, retest after a VPOC. Nice. Very nice. And if you're down here long, then your stop is here, your take profit's up here. Okay, great. And your next one, then you can mark your runner. And what's this? Price check at aisle 3. Well, maybe Tom will have some uplifting advice over there on the stream today, Tonio. Clearly, I don't have any over here. Are we going to do a whatever the hell this is? VWAP mid, VPOC, IB, blah, blah, blah. Who the hell knows what? Yeah, take care, Antonio. busying myself with reconfiguring this book map here. Trying to kind of lick my wounds and get my tilt back in order.
You can update Bookmap from the website or from the platform. The preferred way to do so is through the platform. To update via the platform, open Bookmap, go under Help, then Update, and select the newest builds. If you'd like to update to a beta version, go again under Help, then Update, and make sure the Update from Production to Beta box is checked. If it's not, click on it. Checking this box wouldn't do anything if you already have a beta or an alpha version. However, if you don't have the beta version, it will offer you to update to the beta version if it's available. For small version updates, click on Check for Updates. On the pop-up window, select the desired version, then click on Perform Selected Updates. We'll now go over how to update Bookmap via the website. First, log in to bookmap.com/portal. Click on the relevant option to download Bookmap. Make sure to have the Bookmap platform closed. Find the file you just downloaded and double-click to start the installation wizard. There is no need to uninstall anything, just keep the default options and proceed with the installation process. Downloaded and double-click to start the installation wizard. There is no need to uninstall anything, just keep the default options and proceed with the installation process. When clicking Finish, the Bookmap platform will open automatically. After
Dying to get up here for a new all-time high. They missed the 12-to-1 maneuver, though. I've updated my price levels and stuff, so that's kind of handy. Well, I'm disappointed. That is really an error, a $400 error. What a bitch. Let's see now. Something's happening here. I think Hoolie Bob is going to be doing something again. Yeah, 14:30. Trump is going to be talking and signing some more stuff. So that's just all magic. This crap with Middle East, that Israel's up to something, I think. Mm. So I'm going to update my book map. I'm going to put my new price lines on. I'm going to update the program when I've shut it off tonight, I guess. Didn't think about that actually, whether I need to. Well, it's got to shut it down, that's for sure. And then the new one will start. And hopefully I'll have some what is this thing waiting for? The discussion at 2 by Mr. POTUS, maybe? Or the Israeli attack, or what? So we will be updating the software between 4 and 5, 16 and 1700 Central Standard Time, because that's the way I do it. I saw some email from Eddie yesterday or day before or something about IRT update too. Huh. Not sure what that was about. But anyway, anyway.
You can update Bookmap from the website or from the platform. The preferred way to do so is through the platform. To update via the platform, open Bookmap, go under Help, then Update, and select the newest builds. If you'd like to update to a beta version, go again under Help, then Update, and make sure the Update from Production to Beta box is checked. If it's not, click on it. Checking this box wouldn't do anything if you already have a beta or an alpha version. However, if you don't have the beta version, it will offer you to update to the beta version if it's available. For small version updates, click on Check for Updates. On the pop-up window, select the desired version, then click on Perform Selected Updates. We'll now go over how to update Bookmap via the website. First, log in to bookmap.com/portal. Click on the relevant option to download Bookmap. Make sure to have the Bookmap platform closed. Find the file you just downloaded and double-click to start the installation wizard. There is no need to uninstall anything, just keep the default options and proceed with the installation process. When clicking Finish, the Bookmap platform will open automatically.
Oh, so I think I think that's just come across to the stream. I was just watching that on another screen, and I didn't think about it being on desktop audio. So now you know. Now you know how to update Bookmap. Okay, so what's going on really? Well, we're up to play all over the place here. Let's see now. That's pretty disconcerting that they're gonna try to pull something on Iran. And we're getting some divergence here now. We've got the NQ heading down and the ES heading up. Well, if I tough out another hour here, I'll be able to go lay down. My eyes are falling out of my head. Quite a big divergence here on this on these markets. Look at the ES is topping up, and the NQ has been falling down. Now it's getting a little bit of an up move now, but a minute ago it was down in here. Let's see what's going on now. There's also an indicator you can put on Bookmap which shows a correlated market. I used to have that on here, but trying to streamline it as much as I can. The MNQ is pushing up here on TopStep. Well, we've got the VPOC above the IB now. So Rod's trade would have been this one. Mid VWAP VPOC. Or the IB continuation. But typically the POC needs to be higher so that you got some range. If I understand that right. But it's a good statistic. Something's going on there, Goofy. I don't know what. Maybe it's with this machine. I don't know. Maybe it didn't like downloading that bookmap file. Israelis got the spyware going on there. I don't know. They've relocated themselves to Cyprus. It is an Israeli company and always has been, but I just had a chat with Elena and confirmed with her that she is that they are in Cyprus instead of Israel. She's really great. If you can get her on, if you've got Bookmap and you have a problem and you get to go to tech support on the, the little thing on the side of the website there, that you get Elena. She's fantastic. Knows what she's doing. I've never had an instance with her and not fixed what it was, whatever the problem was. Well, this is about boring times 6, and here we go for Power Hour. Yeah, I want to see if I can make my computer clock and show seconds. I know what Dropbox, what the hell's all that? All I want is seconds on here. I don't apparently be able to do that. It was Tokyo. Maybe it's 6. How's London? Oh, it's GMT. That's right. What am I doing? Well, here we are in the world famous power hour, going no place at Mach 8, Mach about 8, I would guess. Oh, there we go. Seconds. There we go. Well, aren't I cute? Okay, now I got seconds. Well, there we are. And here we go, Bubba Louie. We're going out the top. The world famous power hour is upon us. 1 hour to go, and then I can go rest my eyes for an hour, and then 1600 I shut them down, and I'll update everything back up for 1700. Had that error this morning. Sounds like the little princess is up finally. Here we go to that all-time high. Well, not all-time high. Daily high, I'm sorry. I think just up above here we're going to find something lurking. No, ETHI is way down here. Never mind. This is a tough hour for me because eyes are killing me. I'm tired. Man, I'm upset with that damn execution error. And yeah, magical. Well, this is about a dud. Near as I can tell. Fuddy Duddy. Dudley. Dudley do right. Well, I don't know if it's just me or what, but this is a major nothing burger here after getting hammered first thing this morning on an execution error, and now standing here waiting for. Not sure if I'm growing roots or what's going on here, but this is kind of boring. They're up to something. And don't forget, tomorrow is rollover, so. Don't forget that. Boy. Well, at least the NASDAQ's going somewhere. Not far or fast, but it's going someplace. It's now coming back in line, a little bit more in line with the ES. This thing has moved wait a minute. Seven handles in damn near an hour. Whew. There's 12. 37. Well, there's 10 handles in 2 hours. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's a lot of wow going on there. You would imagine there's some stops up there. This is about the slowest move I think I've seen in a long time. By golly. Well, you would have to think that there is a lot of stops up above that. High of the day, RTH high. Which is the Globex high. So that's the high of the last two trading sessions, ETH and RTH so far. And we're still fussing around up here. Wow, look how narrow that. Look how narrow the value area is. 34 to 48. 14 handles wide. Can that be right? Wow. Look very good. That looks a little better. Wow. This is about a whole lot of boring. And I'm tired. My eyes hurt. My head hurts. My feet stink. And I don't love Jesus. Wasn't that a Willie Nelson song, I think? Hmm. Well, this is freaking painful here. We've been hammering back and forth in a 5-point range for hours now. All I want to do is get some drops in my eyes and get horizontal. So we've got power hour, market on close in 10 minutes, 1450. Oh, look at this. Now it finally sells off a little bit. Pretty crazy that it doesn't. Huh. Where the hell did 4 go? And why isn't it there like the? It's going 45, 43.75. What's the story with that? These are 1 increments, right? There's a buck high. When you look at that here on book map, and then you look over here, it looks a little more like it's actually doing something on the Rankos. And it's purely scale, of course, but it makes me feel better looking over there. It looks like it's doing something. This looks like it's growing moss. Hmm. If you're good at it, and your entries are surgical, you're long, you're short, you're long, you're short. And of course, this is 100% rearview mirror commentary or trading. But, if somebody's good at scalping or just a short range mean reversion trades, there you go. And what you're doing is going boop, 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 boop. And, what is it? Say 5 to 7 points every time. More than that, probably. 37 to 47, there's 10. 48 to 38, there's 20. Another 41 to 48, there's, 7, 27. And now whatever you got going on over here. So you're, 40, 50 points, a couple hundred ticks. That's damn good. Five minutes. Well, I want it to be flat with drops in my eyes. All right, so here we go. What are we doing? Who's on third? Wait a minute. Nobody move. I guess maybe on the other hand, everybody move. This is about two kinds of nothing. Two kinds of nothing. Look at that, boy. If you had to draw a line there, it would be hard to get it straighter. Pretty crazy. Pretty darn crazy. Now the NQ is down, sold past and down into the, out of the value area down here. Doesn't mean it's going to go anyplace because it's just right now at all this support. All these support lines across here. What else we got floating around here? Oh, looky here. Support, 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 support all the way across. So short cover. I had a better one than that somewhere along the line. Oh boy, there's our, and that was the market on close orders came and went. Yeah. There would be the secondary MOC orders. That's just amazing. Really amazing. I don't even see a possibility to have gotten anything back on this trade right here. This was that error, execution error. Stop out and then straight up. Stop out to the tick, mind you, and then up. But that's, you know, another story. And now this is the day's trade right there. This was at just a little before 10. Damn near 5 hours ago. And here is our 1500 coming right up. Look at the volume. Well, again, a little pop into the close here. There they go into the stops. So anybody that had their cover up there is pretty happy. If they weren't stopped out when it did this one. Yeah, so there's, 12 points. Well, that was a pretty big disappointment day-wise for me. I will get this turned around and get the timestamps in and whatnot. And then I will be back for the RTH opening. The stream will be back in the morning at the usual time, unless I do a short one in the meantime. Have a great night. Go out and do something. Get away from the charts and do something. That's what I'm going to go do.